Et salut YouTube, ici Erika pour un nouveau let's play. Je sais pas si ça va être en plusieurs vidéos. Je vais essayer que non, mais à mon avis, je vais pas tout réussir à tout découvrir aujourd'hui. Donc on est sur The Stanley Parable Deluxe Edition. Alors j'avais joué il y a un petit moment, j'avais pas fait de VOD dessus. J'ai fait il y a un petit moment le jeu original, donc The Stanley Parable, mais il y a une version Deluxe qui est sortie avec des nouvelles fins. Donc ce jeu-là, c'est un jeu qui me tient à cœur parce que c'est le genre de jeu que j'adore en fait. C'est un jeu qui brise énormément le quatrième mur. En fait, c'est un peu du même genre que There is no game où on parle beaucoup avec le narrateur. C'est la... Attends, tu marquais quoi?
C'est un test pour mes collègues.
D'accord. Merci pour les 1 €. Merci Richult. Du coup, oui, c'est un peu du même genre de de There is no game, donc où on interagit avec le narrateur, etc. Le narrateur qui nous dit quoi faire et qu'on peut décider si on l'écoute ou si on ne l'écoute pas. Voilà, il y a énormément de fins possibles à ce jeu. Et c'est très très con comme jeu, j'adore. Donc je vous en dis pas plus pour ceux qui connaissent pas. Alors par contre, le jeu est en anglais, mais avec des sous-titres français, donc pas besoin de faire de traduction et tout, ça c'est cool. Hop là. Veuillez choisir une langue pour les textes et les sous-titres. Bah voilà, confirmé. Avez-vous déjà joué à The Stanley Parable? Oui, j'ai déjà joué. Déplacez le curseur jusqu'à ce que l'ordinateur soit à peine visible. Ouais, comme ça c'est bien. C'est pour la luminosité, quoi. L'heure, il est 14 h. Attends. Ouais, il est donc 14 h, donc c'est 2 h PM 37. Non! Voilà. Remarque, les paramètres d'accessibilité sont accessibles depuis le menu principal. Ok. This is a story of Stanley. Ah non, ok. Alors, je vais peut-être baisser un peu le jeu. Ah, attendez. Parce que du coup, j'ai enlevé le mode compresseur sur le... Voilà. L'audio, on va le baisser. Hein. On va mettre comme ça. N'empêche l'infini sur l'écran. On peut rien faire ici. Ok, vous jouez à The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Ah non, c'est Ultra Deluxe, je croyais que c'était Deluxe Edition. Non, c'est Ultra Deluxe. Ok. Let's go. On ne passe pas.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley
was happy. J'ai l'impression qu'elle a été modifiée un petit peu au niveau du... Je sais pas si ça a été fait sur Source 2 ou quoi.
Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Ah putain, c'est quelle touche pour avancer? Attendez, déjà j'ai un petit souci, c'est les touches. Ah oui, bah ok, il m'a mis W. Hop. S, Q, D. Ok. Commande simplifiée, non. Sauter, moi j'utilise tout toujours W. Interagir, E. S'accroupir. Def contrôle, non, mais A. Voilà. J'écris. Ok. Putain, mais je glisse. Oui.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
J'éteins tous les ordis. Je sais pas si un truc avec. On peut rien faire là? Ah si. I hate Mondays. Moi aussi. Oh, quoi qu'on est lundi aujourd'hui. Oh, ça va en vrai maintenant, le lundi ça va parce que c'est mes jours de repos. Bon, pour l'instant, on va faire la fin normale. On écoute le narrateur.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked,
Je sais plus c'est quoi le code.
Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was
C'est pas un truc genre de 4, 6, 8 ou 2, 4, 5, 8.
Guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number. 285.
Oh putain.
But of course,
Ah.
Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Du coup, j'avais raison, c'était les bons chiffres, mais c'était pas le bon ordre.
Incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing.
Alors, qui c'est qui me parle? Hop, pardon.
Stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Oh putain, je voyais rien, du coup je suis dit, je vais tomber.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
On peut pas sauter là.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Mm.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all. Blackness, and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley
was happy. J'ai un succès qui s'appelle obtenir votre premier succès. C'est vrai, j'ai pas fait gaffe au... Attends. J'ai pas fait gaffe au succès qu'il y avait. Ou s'il y en a d'autres. Ne joue pas Stanley Parable pendant 10 ans. Pfff. Ah, c'est les mêmes succès, j'ai l'impression. Quitter le jeu, relancer. Non, sérieux, on a supprimé l'option. Terminer The Stanley Parable en moins de 4 minutes 22 secondes. Ça va être chaud. Ça va être chaud par contre. Finir le jeu en 4 minutes 22. Placez tous les curseurs de réglage du menu sur tous les chiffres disponibles. Il y a des succès qui n'ont aucun sens. Bah, on va faire un succès tout con. Attention, vous êtes prêts? Voilà.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go anywhere except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
D'accord, c'était la fin. Je sais pas si j'avais pas le souvenir que c'était comme ça cette fin-là.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Attends. C'était quoi le succès déjà? C'était avec la chambre, la pièce numéro... Ah, c'est 430, c'est celle-là.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks.
Ah oui, je m'en souviens.
You were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks. No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
417, elle est où? 417. Bah merde. Allez là.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
« 437 R.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
415. Je l'avais tout à l'heure.
Now, back to door number 437.
Insupportable. Je l'avais déjà vu, hein, cette vidéo, enfin, le succès pour ça, mais je savais plus comment. J'avais plus.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine?
La photocopieuse. Non, elle voit photocopieuse. Ouais. Elle voit photocopieuse. Je la trouve pas. Elle est où de cette saté? Ah, elle est là. Putain, quel con.
All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
Au secours.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
Comment on fait?
This is great. You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
Et en plus, j'ai eu le succès de ne pouvez pas sauter.
We've almost got it. Now the copy machine, do that one again.
On va péter un câble.
Finish it off, Stanley. 5 clicks on door 430. Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now? What are you thinking?
Il me tue. Ce jeu me tue. Du coup, j'ai combien de succès? J'en ai 4. J'ai presque la moitié des succès, là. Loul. Ok. Bah, ok. Bah, je ne sais pas.
When Stanley came to a set of 2
On va aller à droite.
he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
On va attendre là. Il se passera peut-être quelque chose.
Yes, really,
Je sais pas du tout les autres fins qu'il y a. Les nouvelles fins qu'il y a.
so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Hop là.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
Peut-être. Je sais pas combien il y a de fins différentes, enfin de nouvelles fins.
But when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
On est dans un jeu? Ah bon? Depuis quand? Je savais pas. Oula. Ça c'est plus rien? Ah bon? Allô? Bon, bah, il se passe plus rien. Je pensais qu'il allait y avoir une fin avec ça, le fait d'attendre.
He'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
J'ai envie de faire cette fin-là.
And so he
Je crois que c'est cette fin.
maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door and got back on track.
Je crois que ça, celle-là, c'est une de mes fins préférées. Si c'est celle que je pense.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left. Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way. No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
J'ai l'impression que les chargements sont moins longs.
Workers were gone. What could it
Oh,
mean?
c'est peut-être moi.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Dans un labyrinthe.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not? All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything? Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Là.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Yes. La ligne jaune.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable adventure line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Let's go. Suivons la ligne jaune. Ligne jaune a toujours raison. Faut la suivre.
You see, the line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to light.
Allez, let's go. The chanson. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Du 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 du. Du 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 du. Du 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 du. Du 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 du.
Got the music?
Oh non, elle était bien.
Look at that fern.
Ah, la fougère.
The office? No. Line, Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
La fougère aura une importance. Cette action aura des conséquences. Attends, mais... Ah! Ah d'accord.
Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it.
Restart. Je m'en souviens de ça. Totalement désespéré. Ah.
I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction? Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it. Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Il part tellement en couille, la ligne. Arrête!
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere at the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits. Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this
Ça,
is?
c'était écrit en anglais, je crois, avant ici.
Ending? And we're supposed to restart the game eight times?
Ok, salle de porte comporte maintenant plusieurs portes en plus, errement sans but. Sans issue.
Now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be.
Tenez, c'est de celui-ci, mais il est empêché. Il ne peut aller nulle part ni faire quoi que ce soit. Le jeu se relance tout seul.
I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean Did we do it?
Il n'y a plus de bureau, seulement un espace noir errer dans les ténèbres, trouver une librairie, s'ennuyer et partir. Le narrateur est parti au bout d'un long moment, Stanley meurt.
Will something happen?
Ouais, j'avais souvenir que c'était écrit en anglais ici.
So, okay. I guess now we just wait, you know. I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Voilà. C'est Confusing Ending, je crois, ça s'appelle en anglais.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Je m'amuse à éteindre les ordis. Ah!
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
What the fuck? Ça, j'ai jamais vu, hein. Je découvre. Quoi?
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
D'accord.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Ouais.
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Je sens tellement la connerie arriver.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Oh, on peut sauter. D'accord.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
What the fuck?
Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what part is for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good, yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is. That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Dites pas que c'est tout quand même. What? Attends, quoi?
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Vas-y, attends, je vais l'écouter.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret.
What the fuck?
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
What the fuck? C'est génial.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Don't forget. Ah, 2013, quand Stanley Parable était sorti. Il ressemble à ça au début. Characters. Audience Award. Independent Games Festival. Je vois, il y a marqué The Last of Us qui est rayé. Ils sont mis à Stanley Parable. Pas mal. Et bon moment. Avec une... C'est quoi? C'est différents lieux, ouais. C'est cartes postales. 20h13. Ah, pour marquer 2013, évidemment. Notre premier baiser. Ma première voiture. La sortie de Stanley Parable en 2013. Excellent. C'est quoi ça? Clique ça. A trip down memory lane. Ouais. Ah, ça, c'est genre la tronche des OST. Le sourire parce que c'est arrivé. Putain. Un billet de 1 $. Begin the demo. Pas qu'il y a eu une démo. coup, c'est succès. Nice. Game Innovation. British Academy, ouais, 2014. Pour début, hein, Game Innovation, début de game. Histoire. C'est vraiment officiel, ça, le New York Times? Je crois pas trop, mais c'est possible en vrai. C'est vraiment sorti. Je sais pas si c'est un fake ou pas. Los Angeles Times, non, je pense que c'est fake. Oh, les fleurs me poussent le passage. Je peux pas passer.
suis dans la même horizon, c'est sur l'abri des loups, et je n'attends plus que toi, mon amour.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Oh, il est triste. Tasteful, nostalgic, it was good. Ah, la ligne d'aventure. Personne de l'année. C'est moi. Et les boutons. What? Putain, il y avait ça en édition de luxe, putain. Oh là, pardon. En édition... Ouais, je sais pas. Édition collector, pardon. Putain. Ah, il y a un bouton qui sourit. J'ai jamais eu le bouton qui sourit, je crois. Ça me dit rien. Le top 10 des souvenirs de Stanley Parable. Un vélo.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Oui, Source. Évidemment. C'est le jeu qui... c'est le truc Source qu'ils utilisent pour faire le jeu. Littéralement rien. Les gens jouent au jeu à cause de ce qu'il y a à l'intérieur. Et ton jeu est très bien en les laissant savoir qu'ils ne peuvent rien faire. Je crois que ça veut dire ça. Enfin, c'est la traduction littérale, mais c'est... comment on fait? Je peux pas y aller. La chambre sérieuse 2013.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again.
Je peux pas y aller. En fait, on peut pas sauter dans le jeu. Je peux rien faire. Le vélo. Qu'est-ce que vous voulez que je fasse là? Ah, j'avais pas vu. Vous pouvez aller là.
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
Oh. On peut pas servir à boire? Ok. Il y a ça dans... Comment ça s'appelle? Superliminal. Un truc comme ça. Oh. Ah, Steam Review.
Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Il y a 2 heures.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny? I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Il est pas content le narrateur. On va aller là. On va continuer, hein. Je regarde vite fait. Ah, c'est que des trucs... Attends, la qualité, je peux pas l'augmenter, là? Ah si, c'est en élevé. Ah, ok. C'est au maximum. Tant pis. Je pense que c'est fait exprès.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered. What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No, 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 no. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say... The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming
Ok, ça tourne en
so
boucle.
on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once. So now you see, blah 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 blah.
Vas-y.
Blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just
Vas-y.
yet.
J'étais obligé.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are or were or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your Greek gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once. That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them.
Il m'a perdu.
Okay, at first I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will. Ah. See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look, I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations. All right, here we go. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto.
Est-ce qu'il y aura une fin à la fin? Est-ce qu'il y aura...
Manifesto.
Est-ce qu'il va en avoir moins au bout d'un moment?
Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. manifesto,
Je vous laisse savourer.
treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise.
J'espère que vous aimez. J'espère que vous passez un bon moment.
Manifesto, treatise.
Voilà.
Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. How else to describe the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Such a revolutionary step forward in the lineage of one of the most beloved video game properties of all time, the additions and changes made to this expansion will surely resonate in the annals of the history of all media ever made. It is perhaps true to say that no mistakes are forever etched in stone, for the stone into which the Stanley Parable was carved has itself been transmuted, offering a message of hope to those who have ever erred in their judgment. You are not beyond redemption. You may change, and you may become more, so much more than you were before. If there is any message to be taken from the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, it is this. What a fortune, a privilege, a joy it is to have had such an experience. It leaves me
Voilà.
hopeful that as a community, as a world, there is time for us to become our greatest selves, as great as we ever could dream of in our wildest, most ambitious visions for a brighter future. Wow. Now, Stanley, that's a review. It's perfect. It's the perfect review. It's the review I've always dreamed of receiving. I have to read it again. It's simply too wonderful. I have to experience this just one more time. From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes.
Ah ouais.
It's not unendurable by any means, but there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into the...
Ah ouais, elle a disparu.
I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could
Ça marche dans Harry Potter.
slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please. please do not press the skip button. Just wait here for me, and don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes, good. I'll be right back.
Ça marche pas, hein. Attends, il est vraiment... Ah non, c'est pas à l'heure. Ah, ça aurait été cool que l'horloge, là, soit à l'heure. Alors, attends, du coup, là, il est quelle heure? Il est 2h25.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here, and more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it, and I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh my God. And it's all because of those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child, wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is this? And here I am now, stuck in a room, waiting for you to press this button, and to become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do it, and that I'm going to be stuck all alone, and that I had the power to prevent it all from happening, if only I'd held my tongue. It's all out of my control now. Just you, just your decision as to exactly when you're going to make me suffer, to leave me all alone. Surely you will. I don't doubt it. Surely you'll press that button again, leaving me here. And surely you'll put your own desire to see what's next ahead of my need for company, for companionship. Surely you'll not be moved by my howls of fitful anxiety, that you sit with me and just stay here. Oh, no, I know you too well. You'll be leaving me. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps. Yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time, that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying. I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy space in this world again, and I have cast a shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me. I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it, to think of returning to such coldness. Come, let us sit in silence together here for just a moment. Let us anticipate it. Let us welcome it. Let us not run from it.
J'avoue que je lisais à moitié. J'ai pas trop suivi ce que ça disait tellement ça parle.
Oh, hello, it's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment, and I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible, the spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience, and then this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid as I do, that perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well. Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
T'as fini? C'est là, en fait, il y a un truc derrière. Je savais pas. Non. On sait jamais, hein. Bon, allez, ciao, hein. Il ne parle plus? Eh, ça a arrêté de tourner. On peut rien faire avec ça?
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a
Il est vraiment en train de me perdre là.
these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes. Yes, of course. They've been jealous of me this whole time. They are mired in fear and insecurity and cannot help but attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs. When you read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter resentment. And my, how good does it feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think. To feel. It must be that they were so discontent with themselves they couldn't help but leave a negative review on Steam. Perhaps it says far more about them than it ever said about me. Perhaps the state of their psychological being was in such tatters, and my constitution and willpower are so ironclad in comparison. Perhaps it was this state that they sought some outlet through which to tear me down. This, you can see, is clearly why they felt the need to expect that the game be funny, that it be filled with yucks and whimsical humor, that it amuse them endlessly from start to finish. But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed.
Je crois que ça
They
tourne là.
gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We
Je
get
crois
a
que là, ça
world where
tourne.
someone will say, oh, there should be a
Ouais.
skip button. You
Si, ça tourne. Je sens une écoute, mais je sais pas d'où ça vient. Voilà. Non? C'est ici. Ouais, je sais pas si je vais laisser les passages là où il parle, parce que c'est long. J'ai du mal à suivre, je sais pas ça.
is never the end, 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 is never the end.
Ah, c'est en train de fuir. Ah ouais. Ah. Euh... Oui. C'est beau. En fait, c'est Portal, là. C'est Portal 2. Végétation qui prend le dessus. Ah non. Oh putain, j'ai plus de co. Je n'ai plus de connexion. Allez. Ok, c'est bon. Déconnecter, reconnexion. Ah, tentative numéro 5, putain, j'avais pas vu. Je sais pas depuis combien de temps c'était déconnecté. Voilà. J'ai relancé le live. Normalement, c'est mieux. Je vais vérifier. Twitch. Ça a l'air d'être revenu. Ça a l'air d'être revenu. Ok. Bon, j'ai énormément de problèmes de coche, je suis désolée. Pourquoi ça fait ça? J'ai une code merde, je suis désolée. Ouais. Ça devrait être revenu. Ok. Ouais, ça a l'air d'être revenu. Ok. C'est pas très beau, hein, ce qui se passe. Voilà. Des bruits bizarres. Ah, le bouton! Il s'est effondré. Ah ouais. Attends. On peut sortir ou pas? Ça marche plus. Ah ouais. On peut pas aller sur le toit. Voilà. J'ai un problème de casque. Je n'entends plus rien. Quoi? Il s'est passé quoi? Putain, j'avais plus de son au même moment. Ok, donc c'était une des fins.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
Ok. Ah, il y a le deuxième. Ok, input received. Ok. New content. Allez.
Oh good, you notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Ah, on va tout droit. D'accord.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
The end is never end.
See, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Oh, mec. Mon casque, il déconne totalement, là, hein, depuis tout à l'heure. Il marqué quoi? Testing 2 printers at the set. Ah. En gros, c'était testé 2 imprimantes en même temps. D'accord. Salut, le Morel. Je sais pas s'il y a eu le salut. Je l'ai pas entendu. Ah, attends. Non, si, il y a encore. Comment que ça va? J'arrive. Hein. Voilà. Du coup, Stanley Parable 2.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Bon, écoute, ça va. Alors, du coup... Là, ils ont écrit 2 avec la ligne aventure, là. Là, ils ont écrit plusieurs langues. Il y a 2, il y a notre langue. Il n'y a pas un japonais, dommage. Tester le séquel. New and tasty. Attends, il y a écrit quoi? Pyramide. Data drink. J'arrive pas à lire. C'est écrit with fizz. J'ai du mal à lire. Keep dry. Ah, ça aurait été rigolo qu'ils écrivent 2 avec des post-it. Si all photos. Oh, on peut pas. Oh, dommage. Oh, qu'est-ce que déconne totalement, je suis désolée. On peut pas aller là-bas? Putain, qu'est-ce qui arrive à mon casque là? Écoute, ça va, Elmo. Ça va, ça va. Two. New content is out. New content part 2 is in. Old persisted. New hotness. Cool red section of the charts. Elles sont de retour, les 2 portes. On peut pas zoomer? Et je vois des 2 partout, mais j'arrive pas à lire. Non, j'arriverai pas. Alors, TSP, je sais plus ce que ça veut dire. Sequential, Mindshare, Paradigm Shift, Synergie. La couleur rouge. Il y a 2 tasses. New Mug. Et ils avaient dit que la fougère avait de l'importance. Tu es dans des bureaux de création de jeux. Je sais pas du tout. Je ne sais pas, je découvre. Stanley Parable 2. Ah, du coup, ils ont... Ouais, par rapport au logo. Et tout ça comme logo. Thanks for attending my meeting. Ouais, la fougère, là. Il y a 2 Stanley, dont un qui est pas devant l'ordi.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Alors, donc 2 yeux, 2 oreilles, 2 nostrils, je sais pas, c'est peut-être 2 narines, 2 bras, 2 jambes. Qui a pris le marqueur rouge? Moi. C'est quoi ça? Never Scrum, 10h design pitch, 11h30 break, 11h35 pitch design, 12h02 number 2. Parler du nombre 2. Ah, TSP, Stanley Parable. Oui, c'est pas con. Oui, vu comme ça. Pardon. Bon, les abrégés, ça fait 2. Investor Showcase. Des 2 partout. C'est cool les séquelles. Portal 2, Half-Life 2, Batman Arkham Asylum 2, Divinity 2, Doom 2, Aladdin 2, Dark Souls 2, Aladdin 2, Retour de Jafar. Oh, il était nul celui-là. Ah non, je suis désolée. Par contre, Portal 2, il y a le jeu là. Ça c'est bien là. Le premier. Merci. Et il n'y a pas Team Fortress 2. En même temps, il n'y a pas Team Fortress 1, je crois. Don't talk, ne me parle pas avant que j'ai... Marqué quoi? Avant que j'ai fait le séquel, je sais pas quoi. Marqué quoi? The Stanley Parable is a prequel to the Stanley Parable 2. Is a sequel of the Stanley Parable is a prequel. Eh, c'est pas con! C'est rigolo. Two! Every pause button is a Roman numeral 2. Et attends, il y a quoi là? Just the two of us, we can make it if we try, just the two of us. Just the two of us, we can make it if we try, just the two of us. Je crois que c'est cette chanson-là. C'est comment on dit un corbeau déjà? En anglais, je sais plus. War the sequel. This way to the show floor. Wow. New features. Oh, c'est des lettres qui volent. Wow. New content. Attends, faut aller où? Ah, ok, par là. Wow. Putain.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Écoute ton nom dans le jeu. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Vas-y.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Jim.
Oh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Jim.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Jim. Faut partir de là. Ah oui. Ça me stresse tellement de pas pouvoir sauter, c'est horrible.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable too. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Il y a une boutique de t-shirts. J'ai vu le nouveau contenu. Ce t-shirt, c'est génial. Il y a un gros Stanley là. No screenshots.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Attends, si je fais... Ah, ça a rien fait, c'est dommage. Ah?
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all
Putain,
along.
j'ai peur.
Get Well Someday it is.
J'ai trop peur. Ah, ça a changé. Il y a des ballons partout.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
Ah.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
Parce que dans ce jeu, tu ne peux pas sauter. Des collectibles. Ah, il y a des collectibles. Can you find them? Can you find them? Oh.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them.
What the fuck?
Move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
What the fuck? Collectionner tous.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Ah, on peut avoir un achievement là? Push the lever. En gros, poussez le levier, recevez votre achievement. Ça marche.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as...
Je sais pas pourquoi je sens que ça n'a pas marché.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
C'est pas gentil ça quand même. Il y a tellement à faire, j'ai l'impression là-dedans, c'est ouf.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Collectif, je l'ai vu. Ah ouais, ok, je suis là. Un saut! Let's go.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable
On l'a volé.
Endurance bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true.
Ah non, ok.
As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Oui.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
J'ai le saut.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Je suis pas allée là, je crois. New features, new content, new ideas. The new updated ray traced. Ah. Red is a new orange. Je sais pas si... Je sais pas, y a pas un truc. Oh, le bébé a grandi. Consistent quality, ouais. Je sais pas, il y a un truc en haut, non? Ah, et puis...
Would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley?
Le problème, c'est que je sais pas que c'est... j'ai tout vu.
Well, we'll figure that out later.
Je crois que j'ai pas tout vu. Là, je l'ai vu. Exit. Je suis pas allée là-bas. Ouais, je suis pas allée là-bas. Time depth.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
D'accord. C'est tout? Ah si, je peux y aller. Ok.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Je veux juste voir ce que ça faisait.
Okay, and I guess we're back in the hole now. Did you really need to see it again? I don't know what else there is to say, Stanley. It's an infinite whole. It's exactly what you're doing right now, but forever. There really are so many other fascinating exhibits that I've prepared for you. I really spent quite a lot of time on all this, and I would very much like to show you some more of them. How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again so we can get back to what's really important about...
What?
Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing, Stanley. I'll be honest with you. I truly did not believe that anyone would actually stay in the hole long enough to hit the bottom. Yes, I know, I told you the hole was infinite, but come on. Who actually wants to fall forever? The hole was plenty deep. It was more than deep enough, in my opinion. Maybe it's you who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
Ouais. Je crois qu'on a tout vu. On va pouvoir partir. Toujours mon petit seau qui me tient compagnie. Parce qu'il y a beaucoup de trucs cassés, hein, je dis ça. Oui, non. Là, ça a sorti. Moi, je veux d'abord aller voir l'épilogue, là. Parce que je crois que j'ai tout vu. J'ai tout vu, sauf l'épilogue. Paramètres champion du monde. Trop presque sans fond. On peut pas y aller? Oh. Bon bah... On va se crasser. Je pense que j'ai tout vu.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Yep.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
Juste j'ai cherché un truc.
Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on, let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go, version 2.
What the fuck?
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
This is the game. Déjà rien que le menu est chelou. Le menu est très bizarre. Je tente de voir s'il y a un truc à la fin. Je crois qu'ils aiment le rouge. Je suis pas sûre, mais je crois qu'ils aiment bien le rouge. Faudrait que je me fasse ce jeu. Ouais. Elle est incroyable. Vas-y. Et c'est vrai que c'est exactement pareil que...
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month
of every year.
And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could
Je sais pas si c'est exactement
He
pareil.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Je sais pas si c'est exactement pareil du coup. Ah, le seau.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
J'ai pris le seau.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Ouais. Ah oui, c'est vrai qu'on pouvait faire ça.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be. given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it. Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
C'est mon seau.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see, I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
C'est un seau. C'est pas n'importe quel seau, Harry. C'est mon seau.
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Voilà. Fini? Vous avez fini, monsieur? Apparemment. Ouais. Écoute.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Dis-moi chaud. Putain, il m'a fait peur, ce con.
One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
I've got the feeling money's for stealing, but not yours. Of course, say that's a lovely purse. Okay. Okay.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
C'est mon seau. Pour l'instant, je suis à fin normale. Hein. Je sais pas s'il y a un truc spécial en fait.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Arrête de piquer les figurines dans le jeu. Bah non, justement, il est faux. Faut collectionner les figurines.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
J'essaie un truc. Voilà.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a viper. But of course, Stanley and the bucket thought better of it and realized they simply had too much to live for. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human.
Mon casque est en train de descendre de plus en plus, c'est horrible.
Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
C'est juste de voir en fait ce qui se passe si tu fais la fin normale mais avec le saut.
Stanley and the bucket waited in black.
Je vais faire les autres fins.
Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support.
Bah oui.
What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty. Until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Ah ouais. Ah. C'est celui-là.
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
J'ai pas tout compris, mais... Allez, on récupère le seau.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Il manque eau.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
En fait, le seau... C'est le nouveau compagnon de Stanley, quoi.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this.
Ah, merde!
He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Ah, attendez. Pourquoi ça met ça? Ah, mais c'était tout à l'heure, non? Attends. Ah, mais non, je suis plus en live. Putain, qu'est-ce qu'il me fout, lui? Il me fait n'importe quoi. Putain. Ah. Bon, est-ce que ça marche? J'ai plein de bugs de stream, je sais pas s'il arrive. Voilà, normalement, c'est censé remarcher. Normalement. Ouais, je sais pas pourquoi ça va autant là, c'est chiant. C'est relou là. J'ai pas une notice comme quoi j'étais plus en live, c'est chelou. Entre l'ACO et mon casque qui déconne, c'est chiant.
In here.
said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone,
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
L'appart est beaucoup mieux qu'avant. Hein. C'était pas comme ça avant. Je n'entends plus rien. Je n'entendais plus rien. Mais il est où le seau? J'ai pas un seau? Ah si, il y a mon seau, pardon. Bonjour Stanley, c'est moi ton seau. Appuie sur V pour m'emmener au travail avec toi.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Mon son il déconne totalement, je suis désolée.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Ah oui, il a dessiné des trucs et tout. Mais il est où? Ah, il y a.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Mais c'est mon ami! N'écoute pas la grande bouche. Pour qu'on rentre à la maison.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from, me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket, this stupid hunk of metal.
Là, du coup, là, par la suite, ça va être genre The Bucket is the lie. Peut-être plus The Cake is the lie.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
C'est que j'hésite, pas vrai, Stanley?
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Appuie sur Q pour revivre cette journée avec moi. Encore et encore.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Raison, retourne au travail, à la maison, à retravailler.
Oh no, I'm having feelings for the bucket. No, 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 no. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
Waouh. Retourne au travail, Stanley. Ah ouais, c'est cette fin-là, elle est chaud. Ah ouais. Je pense que je vais faire vite fait une mini pause. Boum. Je vais faire une mini pause, je tends au pipi room, tout ça. Et je reviendrai après. Mais ouais, putain, je sens tellement toutes les fins possibles qu'il y a à avoir. En fait, du coup, on peut refaire les mêmes fins qu'on a fait avant, mais avec le saut, du coup, on a des fins différentes. C'est ouf. Ouais, donc je vais faire une mini pause. Je vais vous mettre de la musique. Voilà, je vais vous mettre ça. Le temps de la musique et je reviens après. À tout de suite. Hop là. Bonjour. J'étais me chercher à manger en même temps. Ok. Hop. Je vais garder ça. Hop là. Je bois un petit coup et on est parti. Et let's go. Alors. Attends, je vais faire un truc.
Someone was following Stanley. He was
Ah,
sure
merde.
of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time. The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Attends, j'essaie un truc. C'est. Est-ce que. Ah, je peux plus retourner en arrière. Tiens, je vais faire la fin confus du coup. Meeting today. Je vais faire la fin confuse.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Ah? Quoi? Attends, quoi? There will be a reward. Trust the completionist instinct. Ah, c'est par rapport aux figurines. Ça donne des indices où elles sont. Something to... Somewhere both red and blue. A large room, lots of boxes. Follow clues. D'accord. Ah, c'est... D'accord.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Ça, c'est pas pareil en bas, j'ai l'impression.
But Stanley
oui.
just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley! Find me!
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along.
Oh, je suis un sot.
It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
Je suis un sot.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Votre vie est bien nue si vous n'avez pas de seau. J'en ai pas, mais...
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again. When Stanley came
Merde, attends.
to two open doors,
Ah non.
he entered the door.
Attends. Recommencer le jeu. J'ai oublié de prendre le seau. Quel con. Ah.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct? Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
J'ai pas tout compris. Mon seau.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Je vais faire la fin confuse.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Attends, je reste un peu là. Avec mon seau.
Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired.
Quelle vie de seau quand même.
Perhaps this was where the bucket felt most truly at home, here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home. Stanley decided to just give the bucket absolutely as much time as it needed to be in the lounge. Clearly, the bucket and the employee lounge shared a special connection.
Marqué quoi? First Dad. Yep. Mais encore. Il y a des tasses par terre. Fuel. Il y a marqué quoi? Bon allez, vas-y, il n'y a plus rien.
But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back. And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
La fin troublante, ils appelaient ça.
Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this
Quoi?
eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Est-ce qu'ils vont remettre la musique?
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Ah. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Now, this
La,
is
la,
what
la,
the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Quoi?
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
En fait, le seau,
I think it'll make a
c'est le cube de voyage.
the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and... The Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
D'accord. Très bien. Il se passe des choses bizarres quand même. Ah. Ah, je peux pas y accéder? Si. Ah, je peux pas y accéder là. Je peux pas y aller, c'est nul.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
Il y a un truc avec... Putain. Je sais pas.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was
Je pense
simply
qu'on
the
va
place to be.
aller
And
par
here it
là.
was. Had the bucket turned
On va aller
out?
tout droit.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Vas-y, je fais ça maintenant. Hop là.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Ah, attendez, par contre, j'ai un énorme bug avec mon casque. Je pense que je vais partir sur mes écouteurs parce que je ne comprends pas pourquoi ça met autant. Oula. Ah, je vais partir sur mes écouteurs parce que ça bug énormément. Je ne comprends pas pourquoi ça fait ça. Les écouteurs sont là-dedans. Je les avais où? Ils sont devant. Quel coin? Alors, donc là, c'est le casque. J'arrive, hein. On va changer, propriété, headphone. On va changer dans les propriétés aussi. Parce que vraiment, mon casque, il déconne toutes les 5 secondes, en fait, il se mute et du coup, bah, j'entends pas le son du jeu, c'est un peu chiant. Ok, là on entend, j'entends bien, donc c'est bon. Donc ouais, non, mon casque il commence à mourir de plus en plus, c'est un peu relou. Je sais pas ce qui lui arrive. Je vais la brancher, on verra. Je sais pas si c'est le fait qu'il n'y ait plus de batterie. Ok.
All of his co-workers were gone. What did it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alors par contre le son du jeu du coup est remonté. Ouais, je vais mettre à 50. Peut-être, là c'est limite, peut-être pas assez fort même. Voilà, comme ça, je pense que c'est pas mal.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, but eager to get back to business.
En fait, attendez, j'ai toujours pas pris le seau boulet que je suis. Il faut le seau. Pour faire toutes les pains possibles.
Gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Danger partout.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Qu'est-ce que c'est con.
Item 3. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket.
Quoi? D'où?
Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Attends, rien n'est un seau?
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
Quoi? Certes.
Hein? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait.
Ah, okay.
Was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh,
Ouais.
Wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue. But it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what.
En fait, c'est There is the game.
Said everything, and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly... Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Je réfléchis à la fin que je peux faire. how we can find them. Je regarde. Small floating objects have appeared across the office. We have to synergize our resources. Questions. Follow crews provided by employee. Redwood. D'accord.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
D'accord, après je suis allé là-dedans. Ouais, y'a rien. Ah, attends, je crois qu'il y a un truc ici. Yes.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Y'a pas un truc là? Attends, j'étais passé par où? Oui, ok. Ouais, non, c'est pas ici, il faut que je descende encore.
Stanley and the bucket walked
On va
straight
aller là.
ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Let's go.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Ouais, c'était sûr.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
C'est comme la première fin.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, But this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Ah, c'est écrit en français. Le seau vous accueille à la grande exposition. Vous tenez au bord du savoir. Tout comme un seau, l'esprit humain est souvent vide à l'intérieur, un vide caverneux. Mais grâce à l'exposition qui se présente à vous, l'esprit peut se remplir, s'enrichir et être satisfait. Les connaissances du seau et son histoire sont les seules que nous ayons véritablement. Utiliserez-vous ce que vous apprenez ici dans le monde extérieur ? Accepterez-vous l'esprit ouvert, ce qui peut paraître complexe quant aux informations de cette exposition ? Changerez-vous votre vie et la vie de vos proches suite à cette exposition ? Ou fermerez-vous les yeux pour continuer à vivre comme avant, dans l'ignorance et l'obscurité ? Ceci est la grande exposition du seau.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
Il y a des seaux partout. Trouvez Charlie. Trouvez le seau. 25 seaux. Une photographie de 25 seaux, le plus grand nombre de seaux pris en photo à ce jour. Le photographe a souffert d'une catatonie de plusieurs semaines causée par l'euphorie de l'exposition à tant de seaux à la fois. Un seau à 2 anses. Ce seau est illustré avec 2 anses. Cependant, un tel concept n'a jamais existé en vrai car il est considéré comme trop risqué et dangereusement expérimental. Chaque année, des dizaines de personnes sont mises à mort pour le simple fait d'essayer. Putain. Seau infernal. Une reproduction du seau infernal qui, au Moyen-Âge, avait un attrait si intense que des dizaines de pays s'affrontèrent pour en obtenir le contrôle. Il y eut des milliards de morts et malgré tout, ce simple fait demeure. Personne ne peut contrôler un seau. Non, personne. Le seau du stress. Présenté sans commentaire. Warring. Wow. Dessin de grotte. Si nous savons que les seaux précèdent l'existence de l'humanité, nous ne savons pas de combien de temps. Ce dessin d'une grotte illustre la découverte humaine précoce des commodités du seau. À cette époque, le seau existait déjà depuis plusieurs années. Plusieurs millénaires, c'est pareil. Observez dans ces dessins comme le seau se laisse utiliser, ayant jugé les êtres humains comme étant dignes de ces trésors. Il y avait des fuites, du coup ils ont utilisé les eaux pour les fuites. Et après ils ont donné à boire aux animaux.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
Le seau accroché. Ah, c'est le trou infini. Le seau accroché. Cette œuvre symbolise la relation nécessaire entre le seau et l'humanité. Quel que soit ce que nous comprenons sur le seau, il y a toujours plus de connaissances qui restent inaccessibles. Cette distance est forcément pour notre bien. Allez, c'est parti. Ah, je suis pas morte. Je crois que j'allais mourir.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Voilà. Euh,
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
J'ai entendu bruit dehors, c'est très bizarre. Ah!
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
En vrai, j'hésite à sortir, genre faire la fin normale parce que là il pleut dehors et tout. Je me dis, il se passe un truc. Je sais pas. J'ai envie de tester. Salut Slate et salut Champipom. Comment allez-vous? Vas-y.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping
Écoute, ça va, tranquille.
Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation,
Yeah.
Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes.
Non, c'est pas un jeu d'horreur.
The most logical
Non,
explanation.
non, non, non. C'est un jeu qui brise énormément le quatrième mur et tout. Moi, j'aime pas les jeux d'horreur, justement. C'est un jeu très con. Avec plusieurs fins possibles. Et là, comme il y a une nouvelle version qui vient de sortir, du coup, il y a plusieurs fins différentes qui viennent de sortir.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through
Vas-y, je suis curieuse de voir ce qui se passe si je vais là.
control facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Ouais, mais par contre, j'y jouerai pas. Je vous le dis tout de suite. Mais oui, je connais FNAF, évidemment.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst
Et
into
quoi, je suis curieuse de voir s'il pleut aussi dehors.
gently, reassuring it that
Sinon, bah...
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What
Yeah.
kinds of things does a
Yeah.
bucket want to do or
Yeah.
not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in
Parce que
someone
du coup, il me reste quoi comme fin à faire?
He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one
Ah, j'ai pas fait la fin où fallait débrancher le téléphone. Je la ferai après.
no one except for the bucket.
Il y a une fin où il faut débrancher le téléphone que je n'ai pas faite. Mais il y a cette fin-là. Ah, il y a cette fin-là que j'aimerais bien faire.
The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Normalement, en fait, il faut faire off. Et là, pour débloquer une fin, je vais faire on.
But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen.
Quoi?
Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Putain, j'ai trop peur. Parce que non, il est censé avoir un décompte et tout. Des oiseaux. Ah, on peut interagir. Perroquet.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another.
Canard!
And then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley
Was happy. Ah, ça retourne. Putain, mais c'est tellement con! Pourquoi j'ai un seau? Parce que c'est mon meilleur ami. Le seau est mon ami. Ah! Qu'est-ce qui se passe? Je sais plus ce qui se passe quand j'ai fait... J'avais oublié! J'espère que vous avez pas trop mal aux yeux. Ah mais ça revient, non. Je crois que c'est juste ça. On va relancer. C'est n'importe quoi. Bon. Notre seau!
the embrace of an old friend, a weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Stanley clutched the bucket.
Stanley Parable, c'est marqué sur le titre du live. Si j'ai oublié de changer. Est-ce que j'ai changé? Oui, bah non, j'ai changé. Bah, c'est écrit sur le live. Enfin, en titre de live, dans la catégorie. Non, on va... Ah, bah non, attends. Ah si, non, je vais aller à droite.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back.
Celle-là, c'est la Deluxe édition. La version normale, t'as pas le saut, en fait, t'as pas toutes les fins.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not.
Alors, le jeu, il est à 22 €.
It should have alarmed him.
Il est à 22 € sur Steam.
But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Ouais, il est sur Steam. Après, il doit être sur d'autres plateformes, genre sur Switch et tout aussi. Hein. Il doit être sur d'autres plateformes.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone, said the bucket. Pick up the phone and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Oh, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
Quoi?
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
What the fuck?
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all.
C'est fort.
Stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Il y a une image subliminale presque là, non?
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back. I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket.
Ils ont fait exprès de pas qu'on saute, ces salauds.
What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we have the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure.
Ah, les salauds.
The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things. C'est nul!
Oula. Putain, c'est loin. Voilà.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Il est censé avoir une chute là? Quoi?
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point. A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I...
Oh là là, ce n'est pas possible.
You again.
Oh non.
Yes, surely that will help me improve my...
Oh non.
Here we go.
Okay,
You
so
ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No.
Ah,
Here we go. You ready?
je crois que c'est une boucle temporelle. On est dans une boucle temporelle, au secours.
They entered the door on the left.
Alors, je réessaye pour voir s'il redit la même chose. Mais je crois que ouais, faut que j'aille absolument à gauche.
What? We're
Ouais,
back at
il
the
dit la même
phone
chose.
already? No. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Bon, allez, on va à gauche pour te faire plaisir.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone.
Oh, je suis désolée.
I think this was all covered very clearly. There's no way...
Y a plus les sous-titres?
Timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing guitar.
Oh là là.
No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no
La blague est valide.
instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
Y a rien à comprendre en vrai. Y a rien à comprendre dans ce jeu. Ok.
Stanley decided to go to the
Je vais vous montrer une fin que j'aime beaucoup, mais faut pas que je prenne le saut. Si c'est les fins ne changent pas.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Ouais. Il y a des fins, par contre, je ne sais plus comment y accéder.
It's incredible he wasn't
Je crois que je regarde sur internet.
Look, Stanley.
Parce que là, je pense que j'ai vu pas mal de fins, là, déjà. Mais
Enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing in
j'aurais bien découvert justement les fins que je n'ai pas encore vues.
The fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you forgot. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Sachant que je crois qu'il y a un point commun entre lui et... Ah, par contre, attends, il m'avait dit de prendre laquelle, la porte rouge ou la porte bleue? Je crois qu'il m'avait dit. Voilà.
Perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right.
Ils sont anglais tous les deux.
Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you?
Non, les voix sont pas en française. J'ai que la... J'ai que les sous-titres.
Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This one feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Alors c'est quoi déjà? Wow.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. A 1? I mean, I can understand if you had reservations, you saw ways the game could be improved to more fully express itself mechanically and artistically, but a 1? That's not even helpful. What am I supposed to do with that? But I guess it isn't my place to judge. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Oui. Worldwide leaderboard. Ok, on finit en deux demi-secondes. Ou 2 secondes. Et nous, on est là. Je suis où? Je n'en sais rien.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very mean. All about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting.
Salut Xarluc. Il y a une fin où faut tenir, je sais pas, 4 heures, je crois.
But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4
Ouais,
hours.
faut y jouer 4 heures pour débloquer une fin. Je sais que je le ferai pas.
It's effective. Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Insupportable. Meurs, enfant de Satan.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone
Meilleur
else?
moment du jeu.
Just to ease the pain. Let's see.
Meilleur moment.
Yes.
C'est vraiment l'une de mes fins préférées.
Let's give it a shot.
Alors, je sais plus c'est quoi, là. Quoi? Ça a changé? Attends, ça a changé. Normalement, c'est pas ça. Ils ont amélioré le truc. Quoi? Attends, c'est quoi?
What do you think this game is about?
C'est quoi le jeu?
What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to
Ah, je suis... C'est quoi le jeu?
man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity.
Free White.
So, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
What the fuck? Ah, c'est Firewatch. D'accord, je connais pas du tout. Ah, ils ont changé. Est-ce qu'ils vont remettre les autres ou pas du coup? Parce que non, tu joues à d'autres jeux que ça. D'accord.
Oh no. No, it can't be.
Quoi?
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
Quoi?
Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Rocket League.
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now,
Mais
this
non.
is game design. Stanley,
Ils sont
if you manage to get lost
sérieux.
in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Ouf.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought, and I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball. Yes! Oh goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it?
Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls.
Des ballons! Wouhou! C'est génial. C'est des génies. Hein.
Are you enjoying this, Stanley? Are you having fun? Is this a real video game? Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over. That's right.
Quoi?
Your little fun comes to an end.
Mais...
My game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I'm structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much. But who knows? You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best. Take care, Stanley.
Mhm. Ah. Mais ouais. Bah, je vais aller dans le trou. Là.
Hold on. What are you doing?
Bah, pas le choix.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Alors, je suis déçue parce qu'il n'y avait pas les autres jeux. Je suis la déception. What the fuck? C'est pas exactement la même fin, là. Non, pas remboursé parce qu'ils sont sur la version normale que j'ai, donc... Bon, en gros, dans l'autre fin où avec les autres jeux et tout, normalement on était censé avoir du Portal et du Minecraft. Et c'est excellent. Attends, mais il faut aller où?
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Ok. Je suis curieuse d'un truc.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Je voudrais savoir juste... Attends, je vais me renseigner au niveau des autres fins. Parce que j'ai quasiment tout fait, du coup. Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Fin. Comment obtenir toutes les fins. Alors. Comment obtenir toutes les fins dans Stanley Parable. Ouais, j'ai vu les succès. Il n'y a pas... Enfin, il n'y a pas les succès avec les... Justement, les... Ah, attends. Parce que là, j'ai le succès test à ignorer. Bon, c'est pas de la triche en soi, il n'y a pas de succès par rapport aux fins, donc... Quittez le jeu, relancez-le. Nanana. C'est le même succès que sur le jeu de base. Donc, alors attends. Donc ça je l'avais fait. Pour atteindre cette fin, les joueurs devront simplement suivre tous les instructions données aux joueurs par le narrateur. Une fois que les joueurs rentrent dans le bureau, non. Ça, je l'ai fait. Fin de contrôle. Pour cette fin, les joueurs devront suivre toutes les étapes présentes. Quoi? Attends, je comprends pas. Je crois que ça devrait côté. Veuillez d'entrer le code. Alors, ouais, il y avait une fin comme ça que j'avais pas fait, mais alors attends.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed him. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Il y a une fin que j'ai pas faite. Stairs. Something to do with stairs. A large room. Il me manque 2 trucs, mais je n'arrive pas à voir où elles sont.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Je suis pas allée là. Non. T'es allé en bas des... Ouais, je l'ai déjà fait, cette fin-là. C'est la fin qui tourne en boucle, là. Putain, je crois pas que je l'ai fait. Putain, j'avais pas vu l'heure. C'est... C'est long. D'accord, c'est tout. C'est de la merde. Parce qu'attends. Je vais relire le truc. Ah non. Je vais relire le truc. Jusqu'à ce qu'ils atteignent le bureau du boss. Au lieu d'entrer le code, les joueurs doivent descendre les escaliers jusqu'au sous-sol. Ici, les joueurs doivent simplement... Mais ça, j'ai déjà fait. Du vide plein de... Oh putain, tout à l'heure j'aurais pu le faire. Bon, c'est pas grave. On attend, non. La fin du vrai bonheur, les jeux doivent suivre la fin des jeux indépendants. Putain, j'ai du mal à comprendre. C'est quoi? Je vais regarder carrément sur... Parce qu'en fait, j'ai du mal à comprendre le nom des fins sur le site où je suis. Attends, Deluxe. Ending. Or ending, guys. I can speak English. No problem. Yes. The Heaven Wedding, ça je l'ai eu. Also known simply requires to close the office door. Ça, je l'ai fait. Ça, je l'ai fait. Alors, attends. Out of map. Ah oui! La fin du... Oui, je l'avais pas faite, cette fin-là. C'est vrai. All left door ending. The escape pod ending. Non. The countdown. Alors, attends. Moi, je veux la fin avec... Une fin que j'aimerais... Ouais, c'est celle-là. Donc là, c'est si on va à gauche. Tu as déjà vu de... Quoi? The story path can be achieved by working off of the cargo lift onto... Tu as déjà bu de... T'as déjà bu de l'hélium. Oui, j'en ai déjà pris. Action. Ah, ok. Bah, attends, je vais recommencer. Je recommence. Donc, on va recommencer. Déjà, attends, il y a la fin avec le... Il y a une autre fin que j'aimerais vous montrer, qui est tout con, qui se fait très rapidement, c'est celle-là. Faut que je prenne quoi? Ah, putain, j'aurais pu le faire avant. Bon, bah, t'es dans ce pays.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The bucket
Mon
made
petit
Stanley
saut.
want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of them.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting.
J'avais fait, ça m'avait donné la tête qui tournait et tout, j'étais pas bien. Donc on va éviter. Il faut avoir l'hélium.
Had the bucket turned
Ce n'est pas mon cas.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to.
Ah mais non, mais je suis con. J'aurais pas la fin que je veux.
Convinced that the bucket had spoken to him.
Parce que j'ai pris le saut comme une con.
He did whatever the bucket asked.
J'ai pris le saut comme une con, du coup j'aurais pas la même fin. Quel débile que je suis.
Stop. Look there on the wall, you see?
Ouais, voilà. Attends, je vais recommencer. Je me suis plantée.
Salut!
Salut mieux. Comment ça va?
All of his
Ah oui, déjà.
gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Je crois qu'il faut monter là. Hop. Voilà.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Tu en as marre de cette blague?
Then in that case, we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question.
What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
D'accord. Donc on fait ce qu'on veut là. Bon. On recommence. Bon, du coup, on prend pas le saut, hein.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first...
En vrai, je te comprends, Xaluc. Moi aussi, je trouve le jeu tellement drôle que...
bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Ah ouais, ok. Ok, il est là-bas le truc.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Oopsie.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
Bon. Cette fois, je la fais vraiment, cette fin.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
Ouais, je me suis dit, si je allais sur l'étagère, j'allais peut-être pas crever, mais en fait, si.
First open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've... What?
Really?
In the middle of something, do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side.
Mais enfin, Portal, c'est pas sur ce jeu, c'est pas sur ça va pas être sur ce jeu-là, ça va être sur le premier.
Through the red door.
Je peux vous le faire après si vous voulez.
You are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
Bienvenue au Futuroscope.
No, wait. Where are you going?
Ça fait mal aux yeux.
Right. Where were we?
Ah oui, ok.
Oh, no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing. No! Oh, thank God. You lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room? No. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me? My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You were literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly? Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours. Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Ah, là je peux avoir la fin. Alors par contre c'était quelle? C'est lequel qu'il faut que j'ouvre? The path of the Tudors room.
Gone. What could it mean?
Ouais, je l'ai faite dès le début. Ah, voilà.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Je vais faire la fin du countdown pour voir. Il y a un truc à faire avec les escaliers. J'ai du mal à comprendre ça. Something to do with stairs.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Y a rien là. Ah, si.
And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Moi, c'est bon, j'ai mes figurines, je suis contente.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Ah, c'est ça le doc mode.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Quand j'appuie sur la touche pour utiliser un objet, ça fait ça. C'est excellent.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
La reverb.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again... Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones, or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
Voilà. Et en fait, il n'y a aucun moyen de survivre ici. C'est pas possible. Sauf s'ils ont changé ça dernièrement. Oh. Oh non. Oh non, superliminal le retour.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figures.
Ah, okay.
Those figlets. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Je le ferai après. Parce que ça, je l'ai jamais vu encore. Faut aller où? Ah, en bas.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Quoi?
And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
Je pourrais être... où elles étaient les autres?
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
Un poste aussi. C'est dans le bureau. Ah, c'était ici.
Hey! That's exactly right. It was here, behind the boss's office. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything. Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
Une pomme comme dans Superliminal. Pourquoi on entend des... Ok.
This was the 5th mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Le truc fait sur Movie Maker. Oh non. Oh, c'est dégueulasse. Oh, c'est moche. Merde.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Quoi? J'entendais un bruit.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here, under the stairs. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
What? Vous êtes dans le présent.
And then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone.
C'est tout?
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Oh merde.
Okay, yes, that spot under the stairs. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more. And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love that video.
Excellent.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room. These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
On peut pas y aller.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Merde, je retourne là. J'ai pas pris le bon chemin. Collecte des molles.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more memories. Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
Bureau.
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story. so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Ça se termine comme ça? Ah ouais.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh non! Voilà, je revois le mode. Bon, en vrai, le problème c'est que je sais pas les autres fins. Donc, je vais juste retourner sur le premier jeu et mettre la fin avec Portal et Minecraft. Et après, je vais arrêter d'y jouer. Voilà. Et après, je vais. En tout cas, le jeu est ouf. J'adore. Le Dogomon, mais oui! Petite pensée à Asmar qui adore les chiens. Ah mais attends, mais j'ai pas le jeu. Je l'ai pas installé. J'ai pas installé, du coup, attends. J'ai installé vite fait. Donc désolé, faut patienter. Bah oui, je l'ai pas installé. J'ai pas installé Stanley Parable alors que j'ai Ultra Deluxe. Donc faut patienter. J'ai dans 5 minutes. Il est pas très très lourd, donc ça va. Je vais mettre de la musique en attendant. C'est fort.
Énorme.
Hop. J'ai la moitié. Je l'ai dans 3 minutes, c'est bon, tranquille. Oh. Mais ouais. Mais non, mais j'aimerais bien juste découvrir vite fait les autres fins qu'il peut y avoir. Je vais regarder ça. C'est quoi 3 minutes dans une vie? Ah, en 3 minutes, tu peux faire tellement de choses, genre écouter une musique. Alors.
J'adore rire.
En 3 minutes, manger un tacos... Vu comment c'est grain, tacos, je vais pas me tenter. Hein. Ça, je sais pas si je l'ai fait. Et que... Il y a escape pod. Taking the left door and going up the stairs leads to the... But the player needs to briefly enter. J'ai jamais eu cette fin-là. Je crois. Isn't correctly, the double doors will close permanently, leaving Stanley outside the office. Now all the player has to do is backtrack.
C'est bien, Tony.
Ok. Donc ça, je l'ai jamais eu. Faudra que je me renseigne. Je referai un live dessus, je pense. Je referai un live sur Stanley Parable avec les fins... Alors ce Tony, c'est crazy, c'est tout. Voilà. Tony, c'est crazy, c'est tout. C'est pour ça que j'ai une... Après, la voix là de... Alors, la voix de Crazy, voilà. Mais la voix, par contre, du... c'est bien Tony, c'est Link de One Key Studio. Juste un moment, il fait c'est bien Tony. Je me suis dit, tiens, vas-y, Crazy, je vais le prendre juste pour se faire chier. Du coup, voilà, c'est resté... Non, par contre, il n'y a rien avec mon prénom. Il n'y a rien avec Anaïs. Je vais baisser le son du jeu encore. Donc on fait cette fin-là et après, si vu, ça dépend de quelle heure je finis. Mais on va passer... Enfin, je sais pas si je resterai en live après. Je vous tiens au courant. On va sûrement faire du Left 4 Dead avec STA, Crazy Loki. Et ouais, tout ça choque tout le monde à chaque fois. Quand je leur dis mon vrai prénom. Tout le monde est choqué. C'est peut-être mieux de montrer le jeu quand même. Et où le jeu? Je n'ai pas le jeu. Ah si. Allez le jeu. Il veut pas se montrer.
This is the story.
Le jeu ne veut pas se montrer. Bah, je vais faire une capture de fenêtre. Parce que ça ne veut vraiment pas marcher. Et ce qui est très bizarre. Bah merde. Non. J'aime pas la fenêtre de Stanley Parable. Bah écoutez, on va faire partage d'écran. Pas le choix.
Of a man named Stanley.
Ok, ça commence très mal. Ah, je sais pourquoi. Alors attendez. Pourquoi la... Ouais, ok. C'est mieux, mais je vais mieux centrer. Voilà. C'est bon.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Ah, il y a tout caché, pour une fois.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Voilà.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and
Ah,
Stanley...
ils l'ont refait, quoi.
Well, perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the...
Peut-être bouger ma cam. Parce que du coup, je viens de capter que... Là, comme le texte est beaucoup plus gros, ça cache... Ça cache les sous-titres.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you... His eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley.
Je suis plantée. Ah, je sais pourquoi j'avais mis ma cam ici, c'est parce qu'il y a le... Putain, attends. Et je peux vraiment pas faire un... Capture de fenêtre, ça marche vraiment pas. Alors pourquoi regardez mon Discord. Stanley Parable. Putain de merde, j'ai pas le truc de Stanley Parable. Oui. Attends, je vais réessayer. Non, vous ne voyez rien. C'est très bizarre. Ah! Si, c'est bon. Yes. Bon, on le refait mieux. Alors, j'ai même pas tout vu niveau des fins. C'est pour ça que je voulais voir si j'en avais loupé. Ah, mais ça, je peux plus le faire. J'ai pas mon siège, je peux pas le faire. Faut que j'enlève celui-là. Je faisais parce que j'avais mon siège, mais là, c'est pas possible. Ma chaise ne peut pas faire ça. Faut que je l'enlève. Je te rembourserai, Syria. Mais non, j'ai un siège qui peut me faire... où je peux être allongé, mais je ne l'ai plus.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story...
Ouais, bah je le rembourserai, y a pas de problème.
All this time.
Je le ferai après.
Someone you... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero
consideration
for others?
Les squats, pour l'instant, je les laisse... je les mets pas.
Why? I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did.
Ah là là.
It was all
for nothing.
Là, de toute façon, ça, on l'a déjà vu, mais c'est juste que ça a changé au bout d'un moment.
Stanley, help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me, you've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
Bon, allez, on va lui faire plaisir.
Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut.
C'était pour faire un test qu'il avait donné 1 euro.
From, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Ah.
Now, would you say that
Ah, j'aime. Oui, c'est bon. Je rush un peu.
to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
Bon, non, écoute, il m'a donné 1 euro. Écoute.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it
Pour
up.
1 euro, j'ai acheté une pizza il y a pas longtemps, hein. Donc,
In this game, the baby
on va pas se jeter ses mains.
towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail.
Imaginez maintenant ce bébé, il doit avoir, je sais pas combien d'années.
The demands of family life. I think the
Il doit même maintenant être adulte. Il doit.
But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours
C'est parti.
to make sure it's effective?
Oh, je le fais pas. Meurt le bébé. Aucune pitié.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely...
Ouais, mais après, ça se trouve, c'est une image qui date de plus longtemps que ça, qu'ils ont pris sur Google ou quoi, tu vois.
I'm not even going to try. I'm out, I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot. Well, Stanley, is this any better? At last, the one thing you've always desired. A game I had absolutely nothing to do with. But is it enough? Tell me that, Stanley. Will it ever be enough? Well, I'll say this. I'm done making things for you. From now on, I will only create to fulfill a greater artistic purpose. Watch this, Stanley. I'm going to build a house. This will go here. No, here. And then...
Salut, Crazy.
Does it need... yes, of course. And just to finish it all off... Yes, it's complete. I made this, Stanley.
Bon, si on me voit bien.
Gaze upon my work of art and feel ashamed at your own inadequacy. But you've only
C'est bien, Tony.
half the experience. Please, step inside and make yourself comfortable.
J'arrive.
Isn't it grand? Isn't it perfect? It could only be better if... Wait, that's it. We must rebuild it out of diamond. Diamond everything. Yes, yes, yes. Come along, Stanley. We have to go mining.
Quel salaud. Pas très gentil, Syria, quand même. Ouais, je joue à Minecraft, ouais.
Oh my. It looks like it's going to get a bit dark. Have you brought a light? Oh, no. This is far more open-ended than I had in mind. I'm looking for something more narrow and linear. Something that makes you feel utterly irrelevant. This won't do at all. 1 out of 5. Even the diamond couldn't save this one. Okay, new game.
Ouais, il y a Sled qui a dit qu'il aimait bien ta voix, Crazy. Attention.
Yes! I don't even know what this game is, but I love it. You, trapped in a glass box with no way out, listening to me talk. Oh, it's couldn't have done it any better myself. What is this game even supposed to be? I can't figure it out. Okay, now I'm curious. Let's go find out what the hell this is.
Ah, c'est vrai que je peux passer.
Oh, it's a puzzle. Critical thinking, Stanley. Your forte. Genius. No, actually, you know what? I think that's plenty. I really don't care much to see you stumble through any more of these games, and I highly doubt you're any wiser for the experience. Which is why, rather than continue to waste my time, I'm just going to leave you here.
Bah, idem.
You can pretend you've beaten the game if it makes it any richer for you, but as for me, I've had enough. So, why don't you get cozy in this room, and if you have any grand revolutionary ideas for the perfect video game, you can just sit there and let it ball up inside you for all eternity. I don't need your advice. I don't need your ratings. And I certainly don't need the validation of a man whose job is to push buttons. I think I'll just go about my business, making meaningful cultural contributions to the world. And perhaps every now and then I'll think back to a man named Stanley who was objectively wrong in every decision he ever made. The thought won't last long. Goodbye, Stanley. Good luck with...
En fait, si, c'est pareil que dans l'Ultra Deluxe. J'avais rien dit. J'avais plus de souvenirs de ça. Attends. On va aller où après? C'est très sombre. Ah si, c'est pareil. Putain, j'avais plus de souvenirs. Ouais, bah écoute, chacun son tour. Hein. Putain, vous avez ces refs, les gars. Oula, ouais. Je ne sais plus ce qu'il faut faire. Ouais, oui, non, c'est exact. Je fais... Ouais. Mais de toute façon, c'était juste ça que je voulais montrer, parce qu'après, c'est exactement la même chose que dans Deluxe.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's what I want for this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Voilà. C'est Sled qui avait dit qu'il aimait bien ta voix. C'était ce qui s'était passé. Du coup, alors attendez, je me remets comme ça. C'était ça? Non, je sais plus. Ouais, ce que j'ai expliqué justement en live. Du coup, alors attendez. Les fins possibles. Parce que du coup, il y en a une que j'ai pas faite. Il y en a une deuxième. Bon, ça, c'est la fin de base, quoi. Quoi? Attends. From the start of the go left. Want the secret passage. Head down. To climb down the... Je ne comprends pas. Et une fois, on peut aller en bas. Attends, Erika, on a dit quoi sur Seniors? C'est ma playlist de base. Donc ça, je sais pas si... Donc il y en a une troisième. Bon, ça, voilà. Ça, je la connais. Donc il y a 3 fins que j'ai pas encore faites. C'est quoi? Ça, je l'ai faite. Powerful coffee. Walking back. Alors là, attendez, là, il y a des fins que je ne connais pas. Walking back. Oui, non, celle-là, je l'ai faite. C'est si tu te jettes du cargo, là, ou je sais pas quoi. Donc ça, je l'ai fait. Ça, je l'ai pas fait. Ok, donc il y a 4 fins que j'ai pas fait. Celle-là, je l'ai pas fait. Celle-là, je l'ai faite. Ok, celle-là, je l'ai faite, mais avec le saut. Non, 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 j'arrête là, de toute façon. J'arrête là, vu qu'on a rendez-vous vers 19h30. Donc, j'arrête là. Je regarde juste les fins d'hiver. Donc, déjà, il y en a 4 que j'ai pas fait, dont une qui est inédite. Bon, ça, c'est qu'on a fait tout à l'heure. Ah oui, non. Attends. La fin avec le bébé, putain. Faudra que je regarde une vidéo parce que... Ok. Et du coup, là, il y a les fins. Ok. Ça, je l'ai pas faite. Ça, je l'ai faite. Il y a plusieurs fins que j'ai pas faites, mais que j'ai... Ouais, bonne app, Syria, une prochaine. Faudra que je mange, mais là, pas très faim, ouais. Je mangerai tout à l'heure. Mais ouais, du coup, on va partir sur du Left après. Du Left 4 Dead. Et après, j'arrête mon live là parce que fou. Là, mon cerveau commence à rendre l'âme. Mais ça m'a fait du bien de trimer. Mais en tout cas, le jeu est... Enfin... Le jeu est ouf. En tout cas, tout ce qu'ils ont ajouté, c'est incroyable, quoi. J'ai beaucoup apprécié. Ah non, non, je reste en live. Mais ouais. Bon, au pire, attendez, je vais aller à l'audio, là. Let's go. Je vais raccrocher SDA parce qu'il a dit...
Oh,
Quoi?
oh, y a même pas eu de réaction, c'est nul.
Bah, en fait, t'as coupé... Ah, mais c'est pas mon micro! Ah! Pardon! Salut!
Ouais, bonjour.
Coucou, cowboy!
Tu es très forte, Erika,
Je sais, on verra ça tout à l'heure.
pour animer des streams. Lol. Elle a très forte.
Ouais.
Ouais.
Putain, je devais prendre une douche ce midi au final. J'en prendrai une demain.
Moi, je devrais pas prendre une en rentrant, j'ai eu la flemme.
Bah moi, je voulais en prendre une après le live, mais vu que j'ai arrêté très tard Stanley Parable.
Bah, je me suis dit, tiens, le live à 13h.
Ah, mais j'étais motivée de fou.
J'ai RT, je vois ça. J'ai RT quand je pouvais, du coup.
Mais
En
ouais.
fait, quand je vois que t'enlèves via Gmail, je me dis, je vais faire un RT sur Twitter.
Mais j'ai trop hâte que tu le fasses du coup.
Non mais... En fait, là, pour t'expliquer...
Putain, j'ai encore mes clés dans ma poche. Ouais.
Déjà... Non, j'avais demandé un truc, mais non.
Putain, t'as l'air fort sur OBS.
Ah bon. Après, c'est parce que je parle fort, peut-être.
Non, mais attends, je vais te baisser. Voilà.
Du coup, je disais... Bon, du coup, ça a été...
Bah oui, écoute. On est 7 sur le live actuellement.
J'allais poser une question, mais je vais pas la poser.
Bah, pose-la à l'écrit, enfin en MP.
Non, après... non, en vrai, ça va. Non, c'est bon. Ouais, si, allez. Pourquoi je peux pas te MP? Mais je... Oh là 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 là.
Pourquoi tu peux pas me MP? Qu'est-ce que j'en sais, moi? Tu m'as MP. Qu'est-ce que tu dis? D'accord. C'est très bizarre si c'est sorti de son contexte. Mais oui. Tu vois ce que je veux dire, Crazy?
Ah oui, ok, oui, non. Non, pas ça.
Oh, ce thème! J'adore ce thème. Elle est trop bien.
Mais oui, en fait, pour Stanley Parable, c'est parce qu'en fait, j'attends un certain salaire qui tombe déjà. Et bon, le deuxième vrai salaire de ma vie. Et en fait, j'attends une... Ah putain, je n'arrive même plus à parler. Une... Oh là là. Un paiement de vente que j'ai fait.
D'accord.
Ça va faire 2 semaines que j'attends.
Ouais,
Donc,
je vois.
voilà, j'attends. Parce que là, je suis à plus de 300 sans dire le chiffre exact. Et voilà, quoi. Après, je me connais, hein, je sais très bien ce qui va se passer. Hein.
Je voulais faire quoi? Changer mon titre de live.
Vu que je sais plus trop à quoi jouer, que j'ai pas envie de faire un jeu long,
D'ailleurs,
je connais un jeu que tu viens de faire qui est pas très long à faire, tu vois. Donc, par là.
De quoi, 60 secondes ou Stanley Parable ou
Ah non, je parlais de Stanley.
This is a story of Stanley.
Stanley. Je voulais faire Stanley, mais tu le fais avant. Enfin, voilà, quoi, ça fait 2 semaines que j'attends un paiement. Je me dis, bon, ok, allô. Et du coup, je ne peux pas parler de ma vie privée.
Normal, parce qu'on est en live.
Et du coup, ben, je dois faire ma gueule. C'est pas comme si je pouvais dire qu'actuellement je suis nu. Non, je rigole.
Bah non, attends, putain, ce serait creepy, t'es vie chez tes parents.
Oh,
Ah. Ah.
non, mais j'aime pas, je suis quelqu'un de pudique.
Ah.
Bah non, être pudique, c'est bien. Ah.
Pu et dit qu'en même temps.
Ah, mais non. Non, c'est juste que j'ai eu une expérience en plus par rapport à mon futur taf normalement.
Mhm.
Et en vrai, j'ai trop envie.
On s'en fout qu'il soit nu.
Bah non. Déjà, parce que
Bah si, on s'en fout.
même moi le dire, ça me fout mal à l'aise.
Et Ross Late.
Heureux Slade. Slade, c'était pas ma voix, tu sais.
Non, oui, mais je pense qu'il
C'est
parlait de
bien,
parce
Tony.
que c'est un auditeur.
Ah, donc il parlait vraiment de ma voix à moi?
Mais je crois, oui.
Mais je sais pas, Xarluc, il dit que c'est la voix.
Oui, mais. Oui, mais après, je sais pas, moi.
Bon, Slade, tu parles du C'est bien Tony ou tu parles dans les sagas MP3 ou les monos?
Est-ce que je mangerais pas? Parce que je réfléchis à ce que je mange. Parce que j'ai de la bouffe. Et en fait, je sais pas si je grignote juste ce soir. Totalement. Ça répond pas à la question.
Totalement, c'est-à-dire, oui, c'est...
Alors, attends. Moi, souvent, je suis nue quand je me change ou quand je vais à la douche et tout le monde s'en fout. C'est vrai.
Ouais, quand j'habiterai tout seul, oui, je pourrais,
Mais non, mais même moi, quand j'habite toute seule, je le ferai pas.
Non, mais même moi, je le ferai pas, c'est... Même en caleçon, j'aime pas ça.
Je ne comprends pas les gens qui font
Merci.
ça.
Merci, Erika, nous sommes d'accord.
Ta vraie voix, voilà, c'est bien ce qui me semblait.
Purée, t'es la seule personne unique au monde qui me sort ça.
Bah, tant mieux.
Merci. Merci, Slate.
Tant mieux.
J'ai l'habitude qu'on me dise, oh, t'as une voix de merde, ta gueule, Tony, machin, et... Merci.
Ah, j'ai pas le ta gueule. Faudrait que je rajoute le ta gueule.
Pourquoi tu dis désolé?
Je vais rajouter.
Ça veut dire que ça me fait bizarre.
Ah, ça marche pas. Attends.
Oh,
ah si, voilà. C'est juste qu'il a mis énormément de temps. Tu prends pas ta douche et tu te changes pas? Ah non, mais c'est pas ça que je voulais dire. Moi, je comprends pas pourquoi les gens à poil n'ont pas créé un camping naturiste.
Bah, c'est ce que les gens font déjà. Ça s'appelle des clubs libertins.
Club échangiste, non? C'est pas plutôt ça?
Ouais, échangiste, ouais.
Club libertin.
Ouais, écoute, je sors d'une séance de kiné.
Putain, il est direct là, séance de kiné.
Bah, je peux pas dire que mon taf est fatigant, je suis assis.
Bah, ouais, mais ça peut être fatigant pour les yeux, tu sais, mentalement.
Ah, bah, non, mais en vrai, sincèrement, j'ai demandé, tu fais ton taf tranquillou, tant que t'as fait ton taf, c'est bon.
Attends, comment on fait? J'essaie de découvrir déjà comment on fait.
Mettre des métiers de bureau, les gens.
Play audio.
Ah bon? Non, mais tu sais, je te lis, Slate, en fait. Depuis tout à l'heure que je vous lis.
Dis-lui que je postule à rejoindre. Ah oui, c'est vrai que j'en ai toujours pas parlé.
Eh ben écoute,
il a envoyé son formulaire apparemment.
Ok. Non, mais en vrai, de toute façon, dans la type Java, pour moi, je suis le moins bien placé à refuser ou à dire oui aux gens.
Bah, t'as moins d'expérience dans la fiction, quoi. Tu es sale? Arrête.
Arrête. Non, mais en vrai, si c'est ton truc. Moi, en fait, je suis quelqu'un qui va juger l'humain. Je vais pas, je vais juger un peu les projets, mais évidemment, comme tout le monde.
Attends, mais je sais plus comment on fait pour lancer un...
Si je vois que t'es un gros con, bah tu rentres pas.
De toute façon, c'est pas toi qui décide. Ouais, mais c'est pas toi qui décide.
Bah en soi, non, c'est pas moi qui décide, mais comme c'est
Bon
démocratique.
bah, le ta gueule, en fait, faudra que je trouve un ta gueule de Papillal, parce que je dois en avoir tellement. Grâce au petit théâtre.
Il y en a un qui est en retard.
Oui, mais ça, il a dit qu'il finissait sa pizza.
M'en fous, il est en retard quand même.
Ouais, mais il a dit, il mange et il arrive. Oh. Tu te calmes. TTC. Tu te calmes.
Ah ouais, oh merde, TTC, oh merde, oh putain. Je vais aller.
Toute taxe comprise. D'ailleurs, j'avais pensé à un nouvel emote. Ou à modifier un...
Attends.
Quoi?
Il y a un truc, des informations Among Us, what?
Où ça? Où? Quand? Comment?
Sur Steam?
Ah bon? Alors attends. Steam.
Désolé, je t'ai...
Oui.
Je t'ai un peu interrompu, mais...
Salaud! D'ailleurs, sachez que...
C'est Among Us.
Sachez, Twitch, que d'ailleurs, j'ai dépassé mes 500 heures de jeu.
Comment ça, t'as dépassé 500 heures?
Et je viens de capter que j'ai toujours pas coupé la VOD, donc je vais arrêter.